A very good afternoon, live from the Miracle Resort in Antalya, Turkey. Welcome at this last 64 match between, in the left corner from Lithuania, we have Pius Labutis, the world number 32, fueled by his 2025 Hanoi Open breakthrough. And he is facing off against the world number 75 in the right corner from Finland. It's Kasper Matikainen. And we're gonna play this race to 8 in the last 64 single elimination. My name is Joris van Amersfoort and I'm here together with my dear friend Gethin Davis. Good day, Gethin.
Thank you, Joris. What a matchup we have on our hands here. And yes, indeed, both players 28 years young. This will be alternate break. Shot clock is in play. And that looks like he's made a ball there, Joris, straight from the get-go, but he may have hooked himself on the one.
Yeah, a bit shame, because he would have had a nice shape on the one to continue the break with. And I think jumping this is a bit too much to ask for in the start of the match. But indeed, what a match we have. It's a real clash of European titles.
Yeah,
Don't
you'd have to think.
Yeah, sorry,
Looking
yeah,
at
Kasper. Go ahead, Kevin.
Go on. I was just going to say, if you go on the silverware, Pius may just have the edge, but Kasper has been hitting a nice bit of form lately.
Well, not only lately, Kevin. Indeed, Pius winning the Hanoi Open is a massive title. But don't forget that in the 2025 World 10 Ball, Kasper Matikainen won a bronze medal. So that's some silverware in his pocket.
And if memory serves me rightly, which it very rarely does, I remember Kasper picking up a championship win in the 9-ball Predator Euros last year. I remember him playing Daniel Maciel and beating him in the final. So he certainly is no stranger to going all the way in these events. I really do think this has got the makings of a tight and yet enthralling match.
It is. It's a very exciting match we have. And Labutis looking for some safety. Not quite sure if he got there. I think Kasper can see a bit of this putting angle.
He has tucked up the 7 against the 10, which may come into play later on in this rack. But yeah, as you can see from that angle, Joris, good opportunity to attack the 1 ball here.
Needs to move the cue ball back towards the 9 ball. It's a bit tricky too. Tough shot. Well, did an amazing job. What a first putt of this match we had. Could see the fundamentals of Kasper, where he stayed down on the shot very well.
Got a favourable flick on the 3 as well, just making this, well, I was going to say less tricky, but doesn't need too much with the cue ball as the 3 stayed around the centre pocket. Ooh. What do you think about that, Joris?
I think that it's still cuttable on the side, and with a ton of bottom right side English, you could afford to kiss with a 4. That's what I feel like that's still on. He just called an extension. All the players have a 35 shot clock, and once per rack the possibility to extend the shot clock with another 35 seconds. He's indeed going for my shot. A lot of bottom right English. Oh, it stayed out. Well,
Wow.
can you believe
If that
how
cue
tough
ball,
these side
Joris,
pockets are, isn't it?
if that cue ball, the shot before, had landed a roll shorter or longer, that would have not been a problem for Kasper. And yeah, well, we'll keep talking about these centre pockets as these events progress through. They are not forgiving at all. The 9 has come to the rescue, and Pierce is going off the bottom short rail here.
Wow, what a kick shot. That needed so much accuracy. And Pius did a great job there.
That will give him a little burst of confidence. That was not the easiest shot at all. And because of the distance to the 9, the jump shot wasn't on, but he caught that long rail just before potting the 3, and it's given him lovely position on the 4. Can he progress from this?
Well, he left himself a nice angle on the 5 to do whatever he would like. He's now checking if the 7 is available in the side pocket, but I have a lot of doubts. The other option is to kick them open. He has the angle to go forward off the rail into the 2 balls, but also that need a lot of accuracy, so I'm curious how he feels what's the right shot. Trying to open them, and look at that, what a shot he made. Fantastic.
2 world-class shots in this opening rack already. And if only for a ball roll, this could have been the fin at the table. However, it's not. And Labutis, well, this would be the start he'll been hoping for.
Yeah, I must say, small error made by Kasper, missing the ball to the side, and very nicely punished by Pius Labutis.
Yeah, great start, Joris. The best possible start from his break. It will be in this alternate break format. Kasper's turn. Just to let our viewers know, over on our other table, we have coverage of the last 32 women's 10-ball event, and that's a matchup between the Turkish player Aylul Kibaroglu, and she's taking on the Ukrainian Daria Sirenchuk. So they're playing race to 6 over on that table. And over here we're in the race to 8. Kasper to break, trailing in this early stage, 1 rack to 0.
You can see the cue has a little level, so he's opting for a pop break to send the cue ball a little bit into the air. Well, he did have a nice pop break, but no balls found gravity. And, well, at the first glaze get in, it's a workable table with an issue on the 3, positional wise.
Yeah, you can see him, he's focusing on that 3 now. I think, well, I'm just thinking he'll have to come low on it. And if he can get straight on the 2, where he's just laid the tip of his cue there, he can play a stop shot and find the gap for the 4. So there is an opening opportunity, but he needs to be really careful with his position for this blue 2.
Well, he already blew his position right here. So no longer the
Very
focus on the red 3, but so he has to duck and hide. He pointed the finger where he wants the cue ball to be. He could call the crossbank if he wanted.
Yeah, he's got a lot of balls to aim for there. He's brought the 10 into play. However, where they're positioned, you do fancy Kasper coming to the table with his jump stick. And if he can get full ball contact on this Joris, that blue 2 should run around, avoiding the 9, and could return the favour.
Yeah, he might also put a little draw on the cue ball. That helps making the jump a little higher. And after contact, I think that he might go back towards this cluster of 6 balls.
Yeah, he's looked at the
Yeah, you
potting
can
angle,
see.
Joris. I think he's going for this.
Yeah, I think so too. With some draw. Oh, it was a bit too thin. And how does it roll?
Cue ball.
A little tap on the table there by Kasper. Kasper Matikainen. Because he got lucky.
Some
not
great
selling
finish.
out.
There's been some great Finnish players in this event. He's up there with them. Plays for Team Finland. He won the Finnish Pool Championships. Was a champion recently as well. So I'm sure he's a challenge back home. There is no cover found here, though, for Pius.
No, actually one of the poorest safety shots I've seen from Pius. I should definitely have found cover behind that wall of 6 balls. Now can Kasper return the favor?
That's
You
the
should
line.
expect something to be in between the balls. And indeed he did. Now is this jumpable? It's a very long jump. Jumping over 2 balls.
We're thinking the same. We're thinking the same. And you know, that centre pocket appears to be cutting off the easy 1 rail escape. I mean, he could load up with a lot of right-hand side and maybe just catch it short of the centre pocket, but that
No,
jump
I would indeed,
does
as
not
he's
look friendly.
looking. No, I would kick a 3 rail. Indeed, just missed the 9 at the left side of the 9. Top spin, 3 rails around, go from the back into the 2. That's why he called the 2 in the right side pocket. That's it. Close, but no cigar.
Second prize. Maybe if the 8s stayed hanging in the way.
No, I think he's got a clear shot. At least he's got distance.
Was not far away from making the centre pocket, Joris.
Oh, he cut the jaw, didn't he? Yeah, cut the jaw, cut back from the jaw on this side of the table. No. Oh. What happened there? I'm not quite sure if that's intended safety. I think he went for it.
His face isn't telling us too much, Joris. He's got half decent cue ball, but the 2 is certainly on, and he's got the 6 to run into as a bit of a blocker, hopefully, to hold for the 3, so could go on full offense here. Ooh. Chose to go safe. That little flick off the 3.
Yeah, it got into a lot of safety. Bit of good roll for Pius. And a 1 rail kick shot from the left. Long rail. Likes to hit full in the face, I think. Put him draw to let the cue ball stay there. Hopefully to find some more cover. Oh, another nice flick on the 2 ball for Kasper.
Both of them exchanging a couple of friendly flicks. Both of them exchanging the acknowledgement of such. The 10 ball did threaten to drop. It's very close, tucked in there in the centre pocket. Don't know if that's going to affect
you got to tiptoe around now,
decision making.
tiptoeing around, but otherwise it will drop in. Now, found something in between the 9 and the 5 as a line, I think. Not the potting angle. Yeah, I can see the left. No, he can't. He's going for a kick and called it in the side again. So he is attacking from the back again. Long, short, long rail. Oh, almost there. But he did not call that tumble.
No. Pierce having a look at what he's been left on the 2. If he doesn't like it, he could give it back to Kasper. Clearly has a good view of the edge of the blue 2. Could play this very gently and try and bring the cue ball, stop it behind the 7 and 5. Somewhere around there. And that will do quite nicely.
Yes, most definitely. Can I say something else, Kevin? Kasper Matikainen had to replace the tumble, and he on purpose laid it in such a way that the 10 is facing up. And I do know that if it's how do you say that, the format where you in terms have to shoot a spot shot if the score is even. You know the format, Catherine?
I think you're referring to the shootout situation.
Yeah, indeed, the shootout situation.
PBS Predator events. Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's a rule. Sorry, yeah. Now the rule there is that you have to place the spotted ball with the number up. Exactly how the 10 is laying right now.
You are bang on the money there, Joris. You are. That's exactly how it's laid up. I wonder if that's just a subconscious habit now that some of the players are picking up.
Yeah, because he was really looking at the ball and twisting the ball to put it back up just like this. So it's no coincidence.
Well, if Pierce can punish that mistake from Kasper, getting rewarded from his safety play, that will be another notch under his belt, in all fairness, because it's been a good exchange of safety, and if anything, he played a couple of poor ones himself. Now 5-6. This is the shot.
Oh, wow. Can you
pace
believe that? Absolutely, it was the pace that cut it out, but you may expect Pius to hit it with a lot of accuracy. Normally he's playing center pocket, but he cheated it a little bit too much there.
Cue ball has rolled far enough to bring the 8 into play, but it's right in the middle between it and the object ball. Labutis would fancy a good jump at this into the center pocket. This could be a great opportunity because the cue ball could head into a favorable position for the 6.
Yes, indeed. No, he didn't give enough draw on the cue ball. But
yeah,
still,
it sort of took a hop.
It
took a hop before Joris and sort of didn't grab.
Yeah, I think the cue ball landed just in front of that 5 ball instead of exactly on it, and therefore it more scraped the 5 instead of he could use the 5 to get the pace out of the cue ball. And this is a tough shot, isn't it, Kevin?
Great
Wow,
test
did he
of
play that
cueing.
well?
Great execution.
Like it's nothing. No facial expression,
Well,
just doing his job.
he's going to move the cue ball around the rails here. Doesn't want to hit this too hard. That would suggest it's gone on a bit further than he'd hoped.
Still okay.
So may have to.
Indeed, he can shoot a 9 in
draw
the
it into
corner.
the long rail.
Yeah. Let it back out, don't work too much. Land in between the 9 and the 10 would be perfect.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, as long as he can avoid the centre pocket. And, well, there was a couple of twists and turns in this match, in this rack, Joris. And Kasper did have a little chance to sneak it back, but he didn't play a good enough safety shot. And when you're leaving gaps between the balls like that, it gets a lot easier for your opponent to attack with the jump cue. So Labutis taking full advantage and getting to 2-0, and you're going to have to think, well, certainly for Kasper, if he's going to start playing in these safety battles, he needs to lock that cue ball up against an object ball to limit Pius's options. I'm not too sure what your thoughts are on that, Joris.
Yeah, because Pius is such a complete player. You don't really like to give such an easy jump shot to these top players, and he could have done a lot better safety than he just gave. So he rolled up towards a snooker with the 8 in between, but he also rolled up the 5 in front of the side pocket. And I don't think that's the wisest idea against a player of Pius. And he fully took advantage of that mistake.
Great control of the cue ball, Joris. However, nothing has dropped. He did make a ball off his opening break, but didn't get shape on the one. This time it's dry. And is that laid up for a combination, Joris?
I think it's dead center in the... So, good times here for Kasper, having such an easy entrance.
Well,
and
compliments.
I tell you what, this is a must-win rack because the layout is so easy. And if you don't take these kind of chances, it's going to be a very tough match for Kasper. Did you have some compliments for one of the players?
I did. I was going to say, compliments to Pius for a great break to give Kasper this opportunity. And I was having a little look ahead. This could be the key shot for him here. If he can get good position on the 4, to not have to do anything too tricky to get on the 6, this will be exactly what he needs after losing out in the first 2 racks. And he's done enough here.
Yeah, fallen perfectly straight on the 4. So a stop shot. And he is in prime position. It's the option to play this with a little bit of inside English to shoot the 7 in the bottom left. Could also put a bit of draw and shoot the 7 in the same corner as the 6 goes. Decided to play it with inside English. And, well, no more difficulties for Matikainen. And
Yeah.
if you are
You said it,
looking for
Joris.
some... Yeah, go ahead.
You said it. He needed to take advantage of that position. He just needs to be a bit careful because he's come high on the 9. Not a problem, but yeah, that was a must clear out for him there.
Indeed it is. So Kasper Matikainen got his score on the board, trailing 1-2, and has the break in the 4th rack of this race to 8 last 64 match. We will continue today with the other matches. So briefly we will also start with the last 32 match of this 10-ball discipline at the European Pool Championships. Later on we will continue with 8-ball and we will finish off with the 9-ball and have the teams in between going on. So a lot of pool action. And in the meantime it's Kasper to break off in the 4th rack.
Made the 4. Shape on the 1. Not a bad break, Joris.
Not a bad break at all, but the 5 and the 8 got into a very awkward position. And since the 4 is gone, you need to go from the 3 ball towards that 5 ball. And that is quite a difficulty, I think, in this rack. Start off with the 1 ball. Screw back the cue ball from the rail for the 2. The 1 ball passes the 7, so there is an option to attack here. No, he went for the other corner. Well, that little flick on the 5 ball, Kevin, really opened up this rack.
Yeah, he actually missed that bite away. And
indeed,
that little horrible cluster you were talking about is now no longer. Both 8 and 5 have shaped to that bottom right corner. You were mentioning about the matches coming up over the next few days till the March the 10th. We will play up to the last 16 of the women's and men's 10-ball event today, and tomorrow I'll set your alarm because it will be quarterfinals through to the finals and the presentation for the 10-ball champions in the men's and women's event, and also for the champions who have already won the straight event that took place in our opening 2 days. So lots and lots of pool to come, and it's getting to the serious end now of these 10-ball events. Joris, the double elimination is no more.
Indeed, we're at the single elimination stage. The straight pool has been won by Stefan Kaspar. An unlucky scratch there for Pius Labutis. The women edition of straight pool, a bit surprised maybe, but it was won by Linnea Hjalmarström. Very talented, but still rising star girl. And she took advantage of Ina Kaplan. So those are the first kings and queens of this European Pool Championships 2025.
Yeah, Linnea is doing very well in this 10-ball event as well. I'm sure if she continues as she did with the straight, we will get to see her on the stream tables in no time. Difficult cueing for Kasper there. He made that look quite easy.
Hampered by the 8 and still not out of the woods because he needs a good position on the 8. Now I've found a nice kiss on the 10-ball, so found it. And he can capitalize on that, well, mistake or error or unlucky roll for Pius where he scratched.
More importantly, if you were to have tuned in a couple of racks ago, you'd have thought Pierce was building very nice momentum. And fair play to Cuthbert. He made a good clearance in the last rack, and he's looking in decent shape to take in this second and bringing it back to all square. Couldn't have asked to do more in response.
Very nice done by Casper, taking on the fourth rack. After starting off with a, well, unforced error, a miss on the 2-ball, which opened up the rack for Pius. Pius had to draw it all table up. Didn't find a real nice shot on the next ball. And, well, with a lot of movement of the cue ball, the cue ball decided to find some pocket. And now with ball in hand, Casper leveled the score, 2 each. And it's Pius to break off the fifth rack.
Nice view of his gold Predator break stick there. And the 4-ball has gone. But is this a bit of deja vu from his opening rack? Can he see anything on the 1? I fear it's just an edge.
Yeah, I think so too, Gethin. And it's the wrong edge to make the ball pocket in the bottom left. Now it looks like he called the side pocket, so that means he is... No, I'm not quite sure what he's opting for. Oh, he could see the putting angle. And of course also he not could only see it, he delivered a great shot, making it. And I tell you what, with this angle it's very tough, or you've got to work a lot to get the cue ball to the right side of the table. So he might just go for the combination.
Well, if he can punch
Sorry,
it
that's
out
the 5-ball in
and
the
bring
top. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was confused the 3 and the 5 on my screen.
Sometimes it does that. Sometimes the 3.
Yeah, it is. 3, 5 and 7 can be a bit of a issue on getting the colors apart. Still not having a full confidence in this shot. Because Pius is a bit afraid, I think, to land beneath the 9. If it just follow this through.
Yeah, elected to stay high. I don't blame him there. Taking the 9 out of play. He did take a bit of extra time over that. Probably appreciating that that was the shot to get in and amongst the 5 and 6. And now he should come up quite nice for the 7. Not too sure if the 8 passes the 10, but that shouldn't provide him with too much of a problem, because he'll come back centre table here, if not a little bit more.
Yeah, you want to go as far as possible to get the 10 ball out of the equation. And he did nicely, so he can draw this back to indeed center table.
And we were talking about it, Joris, about the potential that this match held right at the beginning, and it's already shaping up and spicing up deliciously here.
Most definitely, because don't forget, both Casper and Pius belong to the elite group of the European pool players. And yes, we have seen some massive cannons already in the tournament. I was commenting in the first match on a match that was won by Daniel Maciel. And Daniel is also in a fantastic form, so there are many players who are capable of winning a discipline. And I think you have to count these two players to that elite group
Yeah, I
to
agree.
win some gold medals here.
I'm still very impressed with the likes of Daniel Maciel and his teammates, Wojciech Szewczak included, who made the journey back from Las Vegas and in the dark of night made it back in time here for the straight event. I noticed that they're not in the 10 ball, so clearly that's their moment of downtime before our 8 ball and 9 ball events kick off. Big powerful break, nothing wanting to drop though, Joris.
No, although he did it, hit it pretty well to the break off. And I think that if you take on the cut, you could float the ball, the cue ball around the free ball. It's pretty thin hit. So if you can avoid the 5, then I feel you can land in between the 8 and the 4.
That's
Still quite a difficult
He's
shot.
just had a look.
But to me, I feel that's on.
I'm just looking to see if there's an easier option with the safe. It doesn't really look like that.
No, I feel that it's a tough shot, but I think you have to go for it. Well, he decided another route. How about that for a route? Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's had a couple of them in
Fantastic.
this match so far. Yeah, that is a great shot. Avoided everything as well, and has found that exact window you were discussing, Joris. And well, he does need to do a little bit of work here, but if he can get this cue ball up towards that 7, inside the 7 and 3, he should be looking quite pretty here.
Indeed, and he did find that nice spot. Now also able to swing it around the 5, I think, because the 5 goes by the 9. But the 9 might be a little bit awkward if it's pretty frozen. Oh,
Well, does that camera angle suggest the 5 will squeeze inside the 9? That will
yes,
help.
it does, but it does squeeze get in, but by the position of the 9, I'm not quite sure if the 9 is helping or blocking. Because if you hit the 9, you could get that double kiss. So
My eyes.
I'm not fully confident on taking the 5 to this corner because of that.
Well, there is
We're
always
gonna
the
find
chance. Yeah, there is always the chance he could play this in a way that will actually play off the 9 and kick it out of the way of the 6. But we're going to find out, as you suggest, Joris. The shot clock will help that along.
It was a clean shot. What a nice accuracy it was. Such a small gap, and he found it.
Combination
so now
time.
Yeah, indeed. Don't underestimate it, because I think the 9 needs to be hit at the left side. Nicely done. And
yeah,
now all hard work has been done, hasn't it, Kevin?
He played that very well and nearly potted the 6, but knew exactly what was going to happen after he contacted the combination. And yet again, for the second time in this match, Labutis looks like he will get to a 2-rack lead in this race to 8 alternate break format. And that could be very useful again.
Indeed it is, Kevin. Pius now leading 4-2 for Kasper Matikainen.
Just a little update for our viewers who are interested in what's happening on the other table. It's the last 32 women's 10 ball underway, and it's the matchup between Aylul Kibaroglu from Turkey and Daria Saranchuk of Ukraine. And well, Aylul took a 4-0 lead. Daria's just clawed one back, so it's 4-1 on that table in their race to 8, looking to put their place in the last 16. These gentlemen looking to put their foot in the last 32. Labutis to break. He leads 4-2.
Made a 7 in the side and a 5 ball in the corner. The 1 and the 8 got a little kisses to each other, and the 1 ball decided to lay in a pretty awkward position at the short rail, where I don't think Pius can attack it. Of course there's a bank available, at least I assume the bank goes by the 9. But I think if he goes for that, there's not a real safety.
If he can play the 1 towards the rail and 4 through the gap there, he may be able to bring the cue ball behind the 8. The 8's a nice target to freeze the cue ball behind. If he can get around the 4, there's a good chance that the 1 will go into a safe position as well. But that's, well, that's just from my chair. Something like that.
Is this about what you meant? Because
well, he did it better than I was imagining. Yeah, I'll take my hat off to that. Beautiful shot, and where the cue ball has finished up, sort of takes the jump shot normally out of the way, but I've seen some of these pro players jump from much more challenging positions. Yeah, he's in a pickle. He's in a real pickle. Gone for the 1 railer. Made it. Potted the 9. That's not going to help. Good hit.
Yeah, no. Good hit. Made indeed the 8 ball in the corner. So it's now the turn to Pius to accept it from here or give it back. But that last option is not an option for Pius, I think. But well, I say that, but isn't it an option to give this back? No, I think you have to massay it and send the cue ball behind the 6 and hope for something nice.
Yeah, good call, but that one took a big bounce. If it had sat on the rail, it would have been a different situation for Kasper. But now, well, it's turned into an opportunity.
Well, indeed, and this is what I said. Well, isn't it an option to give the shot back? Because you could, of course, find that position behind the 6 and you're the winner. But if you didn't get it like this, you'll easily sell out on the shot. So nicely done. Nice route too. Found a little gap in between the pocket and the 4 ball. Oh, what happened there?
Yep, that is a lapse in judgment, Joris, because let me tell you, that was a great opportunity to start getting back, as he's already done once in this match, and get stuck back into a 2-0 deficit, or a 2-rack deficit rather, and this is not going to be a problem for Pierce. He's got two options for this blue too. I think he's going down the long rail, and now position on the 4 to be able to get onto the 6, and quickly he could steal this one back from the Finn.
Yeah, and the Finn is in the chair. You can see the disappointment on his face and an expression. And I tell you what, needs to travel a little bit more further. But I expect that Casper will take a timeout after this rack if Pius is running it. Nothing easy,
Yeah,
this, isn't it?
Well, this isn't an easy shot. He's avoided the centre pocket and made it. Full credit to him there. Made that look easy,
Yeah,
but I think if it was,
yeah.
if the score was 2-0 and Casper had made that shot, I don't think he'd be as disappointed. But the difference between 4-3 and 5-2 in this race to 8 is quite significant, and I think that coupled with the unexpected miss will just add. So yeah, these players can take a comfort break. That would be very timely for Casper. Nice spot, Joris. This 10 to extend his lead to 3 and take a 5-2 situation for Casper to consider. It will be his break next, and well, Joris, this would suggest he's not going to take advantage of his opportunity just to recollect himself or so. He's straight in.
No, he decides to bring his anger and disappointment to the table and use it as fuel to get himself together and get a new grip on the match.
You could feel it in his strike. A lot of power. Have any balls decided to drop though? Well, Pierce at the table would suggest otherwise. He did give that one a little bit of extra oomph as well. You could feel it in his demeanor.
An extra oomph?
Technical term. Technical
term, oomph. Well, Pius can attack here, making it at the top right corner, getting the cue ball 2 rails out, so some left spin required.
Good opening shot, really good opening shot, because if you take a look around at the balls, they all have a very nice pocket available for them. And that was quite a tricky one with putting that much side on the ball. So straight from a dry break, Pierce looking to pounce.
Yeah, he did play a bit short here. I'm not quite sure if you can see full ball, otherwise you have to jump or swerve it. By the looks of it, the 4 ball passes the 8, so he... Yeah, with a little bit of left side English, he could swerve it in a little bit. Now, again, the 4 ball passes the 8, I'm not quite sure how far, so I think it's the best not to pace this, because you might have to cheat the pocket a little bit. Yes, you see with that, Little cheating. He could make it, but if you powered it in, he would have rattled it. So now one rail back down table towards that green 6. Just get over the 10 ball. Did it.
And an angle.
And with that nice, with that nice little bump, he's got a great angle on the 6. And this looks to be the final tough shot for Pius. If he lands nicely on the 7, which he does, then look at this. He's gonna extend it towards a 6-2 lead now.
And you know what, Joris? I'm going to bring you back to your little comment about taking a time out. Maybe a missed opportunity from Kasper there.
Yes, because Pius is flying.
He is. He made a very flamboyant shot in the last rack. He opened up with a lovely 1 ball off of Kasper's dry break. And Pius Labutis from Lithuania has extended his lead to 4. He's 2 away from the desired number. And in this alternate break format gives Kasper a bit of a mountain to climb now. As we take a look over at table 2, and that match still very much underway. And it looks like on that table, the Turkish player Eylül has taken 1 rack extra, and so has Daria. That score now at 5-2. That will put the Turkish player Eylül on the hill. And she's at the table, as you can see. They'll be playing for a place in the last 16. Pius Labutis eyeing up to break. This could get him on the hill, Joris.
Indeed, so a nice break is a requirement for that. Made the 2 ball in the side. And that 1 ball passes to 3. So it's a great opportunity indeed for Pius. Can slow roll this in. Yeah, I think I would slow roll this. He's now looking at drawing it 2 rails out. It's an option 2. Screwing his extension underneath it.
If he can get 3 to 4, he should be in a good position here, Joris, because the balls have spread very nicely.
Yeah, and I see a nice line if you go forward 2 rails around the 6. It's gonna be hard not to land on the 4.
That's what he's just eyed up, Joris. As long as he gets past that 10 ball.
Yeah, and don't run in the 6. That's the other thing. Well, he took that out of the equation.
Oh, he's going to be down through the middle of them, Joris.
Yes.
How do you like that?
Absolutely nice. So he can go in between the 8 and the 5 if he wishes. Nice playing short side.
Yeah, he
with a
preferred to
nice
stay
angle.
underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also created an angle at the right angle. So cue ball will travel towards the center of the table. And don't forget, Gavin, this is single elimination. So we had the double elimination rounds done, and this is the first round of the single elimination. So the loser of this match is out, and the winner promotes towards the last 32. And there they will face the winner of the match between Fabio Rizzi and Luca Men from Germany. two
Well,
other big
those
names
two
on the
tough
circuit.
cookies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, two tough cookies.
They are.
He's quietly, our Lithuanian, making his way through this rack. This will be a very well-timed break and run.
He's having second doubts in how to attack this 8 ball. He can stay at this side of the table to shoot the 9 in the far corners, or draw it all the way back to shoot it in the right side pocket. He is now opting to shoot it in the side pocket.
Wants to finish low on it, ideally. He hasn't.
Yeah, it's not ideal. So how's he gonna do this? So many options. Can swing it around the corners. Oh, he's drawing it straight towards the rail. Yeah, I like this. A little bit further. Yeah, I think he has done a nice job there.
Yeah. Got a lot of draw at that cue ball.
Yeah, he could lovely let his arm swing on that shot. Nicely done. And Kasper Matikainen is with his back against the wall. Decides not to use his timeout. Decides to just let it happen. And Pius Labutis is on the hill. Only one more rack required for a position at the last 32. But
Yeah,
is there something you think
you have
Kasper can do here?
No, not really. Big break would certainly help, but since he made that unforced error, missing a relatively straight shot, Pierce has just stepped up and punished his break and made great clearances. And that puts all the pressure on Kasper here to make a good break, and it doesn't look like he has. And again, we see Pierce back at the table. A very thin cut on the 1, but at 7-2, it's looking very difficult for the young Finn.
Yes, especially at an alternate break format. Well, young. What do you think is younger? They're both 28. But one of them
28
is,
years
of course,
young, I imagine.
Yeah, they're both 28 years young. Who's the youngest, do you think?
I am going to September, March. I think Pierce turns 29 first.
No, I think Kasper is from September and Pius from October. Yeah, Kasper is born September 12th and Pius is born October 30. So Kasper is the oldest of them two. By how many days? 45
A
days,
little
50
squeeze,
days?
yeah. Not much between them.
No. In
made
the
the one.
end, yeah, and he managed to get on the 3, but he needs to land in between the 4 and the 6. He has the angle for it, so he could go forward. Also got far enough to have a nice aiming line towards that 4, and the 7 is out of the way.
Joris, he's playing for a thin cut on the 5 into the centre pocket. If there was ever going to be a tricky shot, this is it. And getting on the 6 is not guaranteed either, because it looks like that cue ball is going to track down somewhere towards it.
You're absolutely right, Kevin. And these side pockets of these printer arc tables are not the easiest of the side pockets. So this again needs so much accuracy. Let's see, he's taking it on. Nope.
Yeah.
As said, it was a bit too much to ask for.
Well, he played for position on the 6, needed to go thinner. I guess was just hoping that was going to be enough. It wasn't. And now, this is the time Kasper needs to start delivering. He's going to need to take advantage of Labutis' break if he were to win this one. But this is a good chance. And this would just give him that little glimmer of hope if he didn't still have it.
Well, at least he is given a lifeline. And first of all, he has to take this one. And then again in the waiting seat, if there are more opportunities being presented to him. This is already a tough one. Nicely done. Nice recovery.
Yeah, just floating the cue ball around. 9 for the top left. And a nice draw shot for the 10. And this could be the start of the comeback. It needs to be the start of the comeback for Matikainen. Had to do it, has done it. And gets the score to 7-3 in this race to 8. His opponent's on the hill, so every rack a must win for him now, Joris. And when you have to leave it to your opponent to make mistakes, that's not the nicest of positions to find yourself in.
No, but I think in order to have a real chance winning this match, the momentum has to switch from Pius to Kasper. Because it looks like, or maybe it felt like, Kasper could pick up the pieces of this last 10th rack. But in order to win 5 more racks, you can't deny on Pius making mistakes. So he has to switch momentum towards him. And therefore he's relying on this break-off.
Oh, that's nice honesty.
Yeah, didn't see it happen. Did you see what happened?
I'm going to assume a ball contacted his cue because he left his cue on the table a little. But
right.
We'll maybe find out from our eagle eyes viewers. But what I do like there is the honesty. He made the 8 off the break.
Yes, and he had some great shape on the 1-2, so that would have been a winning opportunity for Pius. Great sportsmanship. Kasper left himself quite a long 4-ball. Needs to stay down here.
Yep. Bring it out across for this 5-ball. And I tell you something, Joris. A little mistake from Pius and good honesty. Keeping Karma in good state. But Kasper is looking in good stead to bring it back to 7-4.
And not only indeed is Kasper still alive and took 2 racks on the board, but Kasper also got some table time and got Pius for quite a while, since a long time now, back in the seat. And that could really help with changing the momentum.
Absolutely. And while you were just pointing that out, Joris, I had a quick look on our Pro Billiard TV channel, And yes, indeed, Labutis just left his cue hanging down, and the 9-ball came firing into it before he had a chance to pick it up. And it happened so quick, it was very easily missed. But these players, with the utmost respect for each other, he put his hand up straight away, whether Kasper saw that or not. And, well, it's gone against him on this instance. Kasper leading a charge back into this match. He now trails 7 racks to 4, and it looks like, Joris, that Piers has just gone for his timeout.
Indeed he did.
Maybe I suggest we should do the same, sir, and I'm going to get a fresh brew, and we'll be back here very shortly to join back at this last 64 matchup between Piers Labutis and Kasper Matikainen. We'll be right back with you shortly. And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the culmination of this last 64 match up between Piers Labutis and Kasper Matikainen. Kasper to break. He's trailing 7 racks to 4 his opponent on the hill. My name is Gethin Davis. My pleasure to be joined back in the box for the rest of this affair. Joris van Amersfoort. Kasper making balls off the break, including the cue ball here. Oh, Joris.
Disaster could strike here for Kasper. Indeed, he lost the cue ball in the pocket. And, well, can only pray for a mistake that is not likely to happen here. Because, as I can see, he made 4 balls on the break. Indeed, together with the cue ball, he made 5 balls on the break. So what a break-off he had, but yeah, this could be a quickie from now on, isn't it, Gethin?
Our Lithuanian would hope so. He doesn't want to be complacent. But again, you could argue he's taken his time out at the best opportune moment as Kasper was getting back into it, and he made an unforced error. And Kasper didn't take his when we thought he should. And this could be curtains for Kasper Matikainen.
It indeed is, and with this very straight in 10 ball, have a winner of this match. It's Payus Labutis beating Kasper Matikainen 8-4 and promotes towards the last 32. Kasper is out of the 10-ball event. We will continue today with the last 32 matches. Indeed, on behalf of my co-commentator Gavin Davis and myself, Joris Vlaamswoord, I want to have a nice little drink and wish you to have a nice day too, and hopefully see you at the next match.
A very good afternoon to you guys, and welcome to the Predator EPBF European Championships. We are coming to you live from Antalya in Turkey. We have some cracking 10-ball action for you now between Konrad Jusicin from Poland and Ronald Regley. Well, originally Filipino roots, but now of course residing in Switzerland. It's a race to 8, alternate break, 3-foul rule. There's no early 10s. It is a 35-second shot clock with 125-second extension each per rack. It's Cool Shot. I'm Mark White, and calling the shots with me on this one is Big Red himself, Eric Orlison. Hi, Eric.
A pleasure to be with you as always. Close match here. Favor Konrad just for overall major tournament experience. Ronald not a full-time player, but more than capable. See how this one gets going here.
Very straight shooting left hand up from Poland, getting us underway then.
Nothing down on the first break. Break should be a decent size factor in this one. Both world-class players. Both capable of putting together racks from the break. Tough opener for Regley here. So overcut it. Gonna leave a tough one for Jusicin as well. A little easier. 2-ball could possibly make the pocket bigger, but he'll be playing to not contact it here.
Beautiful open up from Konrad. Bit of a thin one, Eric, here on the 2-ball. 3-ball waiting over on the right-hand rail. Can play this with a lot of right-hand spin.
Yeah, just looking to avoid the 4 and the 7. Did run into the 7, but turned out nicely. I've seen Konrad play in these European Championships before. He seems to turn up the pace a little bit. Not quite yet in this match, but seems to get in these real freewheeling modes sometimes.
Yeah, it does have a good record in the Euro Tour Championships and the European Championships.
Pretty short backstroke, but times the ball nicely. Moves it around pretty effortlessly. Nine ball should be okay on the side.
It's actually a Polish champion at snooker as well, Eric. Wow, that's not a very straight shot, though, from a snooker player. Wow, he's way off on that one. What's happened? Just a momentary lapse of concentration, I think.
Yeah, misjudged the deflection a little bit there. Needed some right spin, but no excuse. So early chance for Regley if you can see this ball. Had to swerve at it a bit. See how aggressive Ronald wants to get here. Defensive plays behind the 8-10. Almost got there. Decision time for Jusicin now.
What do you do here, Eric? Do you go at the bank? Looks nice, doesn't it? Inviting.
Yeah, I think he has to. Especially with a player like Regley, you don't want to let him back at the table in a spot where you could be offensive. Regley, no stranger to challenge matches. He played a big one with Dimitri Jungo a couple years ago. I actually don't remember the result. Two of the best players in Switzerland going at it. He's got it, Mark.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't really have, no position on the 8 ball, Eric, so just a safety here. That was the problem with it.
It's going to go offense again. Cue ball's running into the 10 here. No guaranteed position again. But similar situation. Just wanted to keep Regley off the table here.
Struggling
to back off
find
now.
Ideal position.
Yeah. He's got a real aggressive cross bank, but I think he'll lay off this one.
Shaking the head, doesn't like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking at over there. I was thinking about playing the 9 of the short rail. It's a smart shot. Perfect speed.
Came up with a good one there, Eric. Didn't see that one. Very creative.
Yeah, had the speed perfect. Even if you didn't get behind the 10, it was going to be tough offense for Regley. He's on a kick safe now. Bottom side of the 9, trying to get the cue ball back towards the 10.
I don't mind the jump cross-side bank here.
A la Beato in the World Team Championships. Check out the Pro Billiard Series Facebook page. Got that one logged on there.
Played so well, didn't he, Eric, in that last match, Bilardo? Vintage Bilardo.
Yeah, if you haven't had a chance to check out the match, it's on Pro Billiard TV. Highly recommended. Speed's a little off here. Just having a look at cutting it in. It's a very thin one. Tough to judge these when the cue ball's so close to the object ball like this.
Just safety.
Yeah, just safe. Too thin. So a long bank chance now for Regley, and he calls it immediately.
No. Over the side, Eric. Right over the side pocket. Oh dear.
Yeah, I played the recommended speed on that one. Chance of that ball going halfway up the long rail, but just overhit it by 10%. So Yashishin holds break here.
Yeah, Ronald, we described him the other day. I don't know whether anyone was listening when Tim DeRuyter and myself were talking about Ronald, and I think we said that he owns a pool room in Switzerland, but he actually doesn't. We've heard today that he's actually a table fitter along with his wife, and his background is Filipino, so that's why he's such a good pool player. He's got Filipino blood running through them veins.
Yeah, nice when you can have your passion as your job. It's a profitable industry if you're good at it. I'm sure he is. He knows this. He knows what it takes to make a good table. find a way to get underneath the 8 here, or into the short side. Likely underneath it to the top left, a little more room there. Playing with good pace, Mark.
Yeah, I like the pace. We commentated on him during the straight pull the other day. This, of course, is 10 ball, and we are playing all the other disciplines as well. Some 8 ball starts tomorrow, and we also have the 9 ball. And then after the European Championship, we've got the teams as well, I beg your pardon. And then after all that, we have the Euro Tour. And this event will be 8 ball as well, I believe, for the Euro Tour here in Antalya.
That's the angle to the side here. Germans look to be strong in the team event. Spain always a force. The Netherlands should have something to say near the end of the tournament.
Yeah, Finland as well. Petri Mäkinen, Kasper Matikainen, Arseni Sebastianov. They're quite a strong team as well, Eric, this year, Finland.
Agreed.
Norway with Emil Andre Gangflo as well. Always a good team. Austria. So all square. Conrad's turn. Breaking off in rack number 3.
Hit them off square. Gotta believe he was trying to hit them square. Nothing down again for you, Shishin. I don't think he would have missed them by that much. Yeah.
You expect them to make balls, don't you, Eric, with a tapped rack? They're all in there pretty tightly. But you have to hit them square, of course.
Yeah, he really missed that. Almost looked like an intentional cut break, but I'd be surprised if he was trying that strategy. We'll see going forward. Decent push options here with the 3 covering the top left. Just going to leave the left edge. Safe's going to be behind the 2. Just to avoid the double kiss coming across. Double kiss is close, Mark. That's why he's giving it back. Might need some right spin here to avoid it.
Yeah, cue ball could be going behind the 6 ball. Sorry, the 2 ball, I should have said.
Nicely played, narrowly avoiding it.
There's a double jump on here. I saw Mickey Kraus play a double jump the other day. Fabulous one in our local tournament here. Interesting little story about Mickey, I'll tell you, Eric, and I want to get your opinion on it after this rack. Very interesting subject. Oh, good kick, but no cover. So good chance here for Ronald.
Yeah, every ball with a pocket here. Bit of work to do from the 3 to the 4, but still manageable. Big draw coming up. Played nicely. Could play the cue ball near where the 2 is and come 2 rails back. Looks like Bruno Mars a little bit, Mark. Just a little.
He does, doesn't he? He does. And the more I look at him, the more Filipino I can see in him as well.
Doesn't want this to check up, and it has.
Well,
Stuck
he
here.
did a song. He did a song called I Think I Want to Marry You, and he's almost married to the 8 ball there, Eric.
I like 3 rails around here, trying to come to the bottom side of it. If he hits something off the short rail, that can work. Particularly if he catches the outside of the 4. Cue ball can play towards balls along the left long rail. It's gonna leave it. Cue ball might be running into the 6 here, but if it is, it's the thin part of it, and he can continue motion going forward. Looks like he might be missing it. Doesn't want to go behind the 9, and he has.
Well, that's a mistake and a half, that one.
Yeah,
Need the
but
player
loose play from
settled
both
yet.
players. Yeah. Tough to get a kick safe out of this. Likely hit this with some speed. Trust to luck a little bit.
Oh, didn't get any. Good angle here, Eric, to get down for the green 6 off of this orange 5.
Yeah, it's actually my first full match that I've seen Ragley play. I like his style. Aggressive. Doesn't waste time at the ball. Good stroke fundamentals. He had a top 16 finish in the World Championships in 2023. And a top 16 in the European Open. Those are world-class fields, so able to produce high-level play.
Oh dear, Ronald. Oh, that was more like Ronald McDonald than Ronald Regley, that one.
Yeah, nothing to do with the cue ball there, just a pure miss.
What a gift. Musician, messed up position. On the 5 ball, got away with it. And he will lead 2-1. It is. Now, Eric, I was talking to Mickey Krause the other day about his game and where he's been, and he actually told me that he thought it was all about winning, you know, everything was about winning tournaments. And when he finally won one of the big tournaments, it didn't make him as happy as he thought it would. And it changed his whole kind of perception of why he plays pool and how he plays pool now. And he said he doesn't take it so seriously anymore. He likes to have fun now when he plays. and he's also speeded up his game, and then he doesn't put as much effort into every shot as he used to. He found like he was focusing so much on every single shot that it was draining him. Now he just he's gone back to playing the game why he first started playing the game, just for fun. And he said he's enjoying it so much more now. What do you think about that?
I mean, I like it. You know, as a professional player, you're going to go through many weeks throughout the year of losses, and if you let it start dwelling on you, it's just going to have a bad overall effect on your character. So if you find a way to tell yourself that you're going to accept the results and just try to be happy with your performance, I think it makes taking the losses not as tough. You know, that's a big thing. Because if you're in a negative mindset overall, or just kind of, you know, trying to avoid losing, it's a bad way to go into a tournament. So I like it.
Yeah, when you think about it, in the tournaments that he plays in, there's mostly, you know, 256 players in it, and at the end of the day, only one player ever wins a tournament. And if you put that much pressure on yourself, you know, you're just not enjoying it. But, you know, life in general is about enjoyment, right? Enjoy your life, enjoy what you do. And it's why we all start playing. You know, we start playing because we love to enjoy it. Then we play for trophies. Money never really came into it when I was playing it as a youngster. But of course now, with so much money in it, I guess players put more, you know, more emphasis on winning money. But not everyone can earn money.
Yeah, I think he mixes it up nicely too. I think he travels the world a lot, spends some time in Southeast Asia when there's time off. Has a bit of a brand going with some bit of a YouTube channel, and has some good reels out there. So he's not just a tournament player.
Dear.
Yeah, another miss.
He can't believe it either. I can't believe it either, Conrad. What are you doing? Come on. That's the second bad miss we've seen from Conrad.
Everything in the open here. Just got that one down. Yeah, he's just settling himself here, knowing that he's a little out of stroke. Six balls available to both bottom pockets, more available to the bottom right. Pretty elementary for the rest of the rack here. Looks like they'll be all even after 4 games. Haven't seen Conrad on the international scene as much in the last 4 months, but has definitely had a lot of international experience over the years. Winner of the PBS Puerto Rico event in the past. Seems to do well at the Derby City 10-foot tournament a couple times. Just noting his pocketing prowess on the 10-foot tables.
Let's give you some results then, guys, from around the room, just while we're racking up. Tolga Yükseliyor 4-1 down to Ferdi Ozadmir. Arseny Sevastianov is 3-1 down to Georgi Georgiev from Bulgaria. Wojtek Shevchuk 2 down as well to Alexa Pachel. Emil Andre Gangflot 4-3 down to Jakub Konya. More to bring you after this break. From Conrad's edition, we're all square 2-2. Struggling with the break, Eric.
Yeah, surprisingly, these tap balls, usually seeing a lot of balls go in. He hit that one more square. Just missed the 4 coming back off the second row. 4 railer not far off. So, improving on the squareness, but can't find a ball yet.
He's almost there, isn't he? One wing ball went high, one went low.
Runnable rack here for Regley. First chance to take a lead in the match. Yeah, I like his style. Looks like the type of player when he's playing well, he can play very well. Textbook fundamentals. Nicely onto the 6 here. Little too much angle going to the left. Can come around the 7 if he needs to.
Can't get Bruno Mars out of my mind now, Eric, that you've said that.
Underdrawn here. See what angle he has exactly in the side. Looks like he's staying on offense. Pocketing the 8 directly. Draw to the left of the 9, coming to the short side. Doesn't want to be going the wrong way here, and he is. Gonna have to leave distance on this one. Too tough to really power this around the angles. Too much angle going to the right to really do anything coming across. Bit of distance here for Regley.
Yeah, almost a shootout shot, isn't it? Very close to it. Beautifully done. And takes the lead at 3-2. So how was Vegas for you, Eric? Any highlights that come from the actual tournaments, from being there? Did you get to see some old friends that you haven't seen for a long while?
Yeah, I mean, we were busy working for the first 5 days. I definitely ran into some old friends. A lot of people that from back home even, coming down for the amateur pool leagues. A few Canadians were there. Waleed Hashem and Brittany Bryant. Vincent Beaurevage played for Team Canada in the World Team Championships. My girlfriend came down halfway through, so We had a good time.
Ah, that was nice. Good. And what a great find we've had in Ben Francis. Got on the microphone a few times, and I've actually commentated with him before in Leather Pocket in Calgary, where he's from. I know he's the manager there. And I tell you what, I thought he did really well, and I'm looking forward to commentating with him on the next event. Now, I think we've got a timeout, guys. Ronald Wrigley has taken a bit of a timeout, so Eric Hallefson and myself, Mark White, will do the same, and we'll see you after a very short break. Ta-da for now. Welcome back, guys. Hope you enjoyed that little foray into table 2 while we were just waiting for Ronald to come back from his break. Leading 3-2, and he will break the balls. I've got a nice fun fact coming up for you about Antalya very, very soon, Eric, after this rack. See if I can impress you.
Lost the cue ball. Nothing down again. Both players not quite finding it on the break yet.
You tend to be going for more power than accuracy. I mean, you got the cue ball really popping there. And you really don't have to hit them that hard, Eric, do you, to make balls? You lose a lot of accuracy as well when you're trying to put so much power in. I don't like it.
I agree. Whenever Josh Filler plays in these Euro Tour or tapped Euro events, another missed ball from Shishin. He's covered it though. Yeah, whenever Filler plays in these Euro Tour events, he just hits him like 60% speed and does very well. These tap balls react just as good as a template, if not better, if you get the speed right and the squareness right.
This is a one-pocket shot he's playing here. Was trying to bank it across to the other corner, but he's left this on. Not really much doing with the 2-ball though. Maybe he can go into it, Eric, can he here?
Let's have another look at it. He can. I feel like he would push the 2 towards the 10 and possibly end up in a bad way. The combo's pretty aligned. He'd want to be at it on a straight in angle. There's not much else.
Yeah, Combos with the 9 or the 10.
Not sure what he tried there. I was thinking about going down for the side. That was the problem. The 6 and the 9 were kind of in the way of those paths. I'll play a two-way bank here. Two-ball will likely end up behind the 6-9 if he doesn't make it. Just off. Look for Regley to go behind the 6 here.
Yeah, good call and good shot. Terrific.
Taking away all the easiest rails. Can go short rail and kick at a ball behind him. One of the toughest kicks in the game. I think he might. Tough to tie up something here.
He's a little bit out of sorts, isn't he, at the moment? Conrad, he's just not firing on all cylinders just yet. Not breaking well. He's missed about 3 balls as well that you'd expect him to make. Okay, that wasn't easy. I'm not saying it was. He wasn't far off hitting it, actually. But he's just struggling a little bit.
Well, Regley taking advantage. This will be the first break of serve, if you want to put it that way. Each player's won their own break up until this point.
Yeah, I miss the stat man. Don't you, the pool stat guy? I guess you met him in person, Eric, in Vegas. Michael Salmon.
For sure. Talk about long days. He did every match, every day. Very valuable
Incredible
stuff coming out of all those stats.
Yeah, doing a great job. It's going to be a 2-rack lead. Playing some good stuff here. Dare I say, the Bruno Mars lookalike is on a different planet at the moment. Very nicely done. Now we are in beautiful Antalya. Another little fact for you, Eric. Antalya Oceanarium has the world's longest panoramic tunnel. Its length is 131 metres. The Oceanarium is one of the main attractions in the city of Antalya. Do you like a little bit of an oceanarium? Go and watch the sharks, Eric, and the stingrays and all the other fish.
Yeah, we have one in Toronto. Yeah, there's a Ripley's Aquarium in Toronto. It's a highly visited tourist destination right by the CN Tower.
Yes, 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 yes. A ball down for Conrad, and he has a look at the one.
One's kind of banking into the 8 going one way and the 5 going the other way. He's called offense here. Pretty offensive play overall. Cue ball's going to be loose. Missed another one, Mark. Got safe again.
Starting to mount, aren't they? The number of missed balls from Conrad.
He's overcut a lot of balls. Overcut like 3 of them. Save from Wrigley. Might end up over the pocket, but I had a good idea there. Stroke shot coming from Musician if he doesn't have the following angle. It did, but still
That's
a good
more
long
like-
pot.
That's more like the comrade we know, Eric, isn't it? Good long pot up, very straight shooter. But he's out of position. Can cut this 2-ball if he wants.
Yeah, showing some
He's
emotion now. Yeah.
Getting angry with himself. I don't mind that. Show a bit of emotion. I remember Darren Appleton in one of his matches got very, very animated. But I like to see that. It's passion.
It's one of the only sports where they expect you to be always on perfect behavior. You know, it's not like you see tennis players not smashing rackets or letting out a little yell of emotion every once in a while.
Yeah. Hockey players fighting.
Every sport, really.
Not so much golf.
Golf. Yeah, I was just going to say golf might be the calmest one. Similar to pool, I guess, in that way. They're not really action sports. But still, I don't think it's something that should be really that frowned upon, as long as it's not affecting the play of your opponent.
Yeah, need a few more characters in the game, I think. We need another Earl Strickland to come along. That's what we want.
Go for the cue ball. Catches the 7. Not going to block the 4, so a chance for Yushishin to stay in the match now.
Shot.
In the full
He's
pocket
just speeding
again.
up a bit. He's
I was gonna
speeding up,
say,
Eric, though. Not thinking too much about it. Getting down and stroking it like he used to. Like we're used to seeing him do, I should say.
Fall back to the middle here. Take a little more angle on the 9. We forgot to mention Poland as one of the contenders for the team event as well. Daniel Maciol over here.
Yeah, always strong, aren't they? I think didn't they play Germany in the final last year? Something
sounds right, yeah.
in my mind. Yeah. Some good signs there from Conrad. You just mentioned Daniel Maciel. He's 6-1 up over on table number 2 against Dennis Laskowski, another German player.
Strong
ball's
break
down
from
again.
Wrigley here. Yeah, it's going to be forced to play a combo on the first shot, I think, but chance at a break and run and be the first one of the match. The 7 passes the 10. Can play it in the right middle if he likes. Let's get off the rail here ideally, and does have some angle going to the right. Good angle now for where he needs to be on the 8. Diagonal draw back towards the 9. Both players settling in now. Ragley's going to have a 2-game advantage, courtesy of some mistakes from Yushishin. Getting the break and run game going.
Yeah, both players beginning to break better. But of course with alternate break, if you can get a 2-rack lead, you've only got to hold your serve, so to speak. This is another good out from Ronald Regley. In fact, a break and run, so good stuff from the Swiss Filipino. See how easy the balls fall into place, Eric, when they rack them. Nice little montage of that rack.
Yeah, able to throw them up quickly. Even quicker than a template.
Yeah.
There's the 5 for Yushishin. Not going to get a roll with the cue ball here, though, and he's going to have to fight for this game. It's going to be Regley's break going into rack number 10. Definitely doesn't want to be down 6-3. So big rack coming in this match here. It's going to go with the offensive push. Tempting Regley into a jump. I don't mind giving it back. It does pretty quickly. Gonna get a roll with the 1 here, but Regley's gonna be in a decent defensive position.
Are you going behind the 8, Eric?
I like the 2
He's
at
tried
first,
it.
actually. He did try to go behind the 8. Cue ball behind the 4 here, I think, for Regley. He's actually playing the 1 that way. Smart shot. Wall of 2 blockers on the right-hand side. Tough jump for Regley here.
I think it can go just one rail here, Eric.
Yeah, looks like he has had a little swerve into it. He is going to go off the long rail. Overdid it. Four ball's going to come to his rescue. Left edge available for Yushishin. He'd want to hit it thin enough that he can get behind the 2, but I don't think that's possible. He's called it in. Gotta be some safe element to this shot. There was. Nicely played. Very nice. Ragley can try to roll up on the one rail. Anything at slow speed off different rails can play well. 6 might block
What about
the
putting
angle
this,
for the 1.
putting the 7 safe? Oh, he's going airborne.
Yeah, jump cross
Go
bank.
the opposite side. Yep. There's a chance at it. More of a just-in-case call.
So Yushishin going to come out with the advantage here. Going to get the score back within 1. Six ball doesn't pass the 8.
Yeah, he's nudging it there.
Yeah, I think he did move it enough.
I think you're right. Smart shot from Conrad Yushishin.
Wants to be straight enough here. He's a little funny. He might have to punch around the rails. He is going to try to load it up with inside. That ball's not going to grab as much on the newer cloth. It's over top of the 10 now. I think he has a full pocket. Can definitely use the long rail going in to make the pocket bigger. This is one that has to go down here. Shot. Drawing slightly the wrong way and following on an angle where he's going to go into the 8, so can still manipulate the cue ball, just has to take an extra second. Tried to straighten it out with some left spin, but got a little funny here. Looks like he's still okay in the side. Both players in run-out mode now.
What did you think of the young lad Albert Januata from Indonesia? What did you think to him?
Yeah, you know what? Of all the matches I didn't do one single juniors match, so I didn't see him play, and I didn't see any of the juniors play.
Oh, wow.
Kind of, yeah, I was, I would have, just the way the schedule worked out, but I was looking forward to doing a couple of the matches, but I didn't do one of them in the whole tournament.
I think I've done about 4 of them, Eric, in total.
Did you?
I did Savannah.
Just
Yeah, I
happened
did
to be
Savannah. I did Sophia. I did Albert. Saw some great matches. I've done 2 of Albert's, actually. I've done his semi-final against Savannah. And one of his earlier matches as well. What a talent he is. It's going to be very, very dangerous. Well, he already is. He just finished in the semi-finals of the Premier League, didn't he, as well? Just before Vegas in Florida. Chance for Regley here to get to 6.
Yeah, Indonesia's one of those emerging countries. I think you're going to see a lot of good players coming out of Indonesia in the next 5 years, similar to Vietnam. Regley looking for a second break-in runner in succession.
He's picked up the tempo a bit, which I really like. He's not slow by any means, but he just seems to have picked it up. He's got a better rhythm.
Yeah, Yushishin finally made a ball on his last break, so he's looking to hang in here, but good signs for Regley.
Yeah, great time to hold a 2-rack lead, Eric, isn't it? Coming towards the end of this battle. And there it is, 6-4 is confirmed. Now, Jonas Salto Comino, 3-1 down to Swiss Michael Schneider. Piers Labutis has just taken the first rack against Fabio Rizzi. Ika Adoni Achirea, 6-4 up on Sam Wetzel. Simon Corral, 5-1 down to Ajin Pikniach. Daniel Maciel, I think this is an old score actually, 6-1 it was before. I think it's moved on a little bit from there. He's actually won 8-1. Daniel Maciel over Denis Laskowski. So 1 pole through. 1 here, struggling a little bit, Eric.
Yeah, nothing again for Yushishin. And he's left a chance for Regley here. Cue ball's moving in a tough way. He's going to have to target it between the 4-8. And the speed's going to have to be perfect coming back near middle table.
Looks like he's going aggressive. No, he's not. Tried to get over behind the 8. Didn't quite manage it, Eric.
Yeah, position was just a little too tough there. Just left it tough for Yushishin. He's just going to overcut the 1 here, create some distance. Just left the shot. Again, position tough here. I was wondering how sharp this 2 was on the side. It was really his only positional option. Looks very sharp, Mark. Cue ball's kind of playing behind the 9 as well. I think he's going to go just behind the 9 here.
Yeah, surely can't be going for the... That angle in the side looks horrendous, doesn't it?
Especially with the cue ball playing into the 9. He'd have to hit it with some more speed to play the cue ball properly. So just going to lay up here. A little too hard though. It's going to leave the right edge, maybe even both edges. middle to right available for Yushishin. Tough to get behind one of these balls on the short rail. They're so close to the rail. You can bank the 2 up the middle, but going to be susceptible to safes behind the 6-7 with the cue ball. The bank is there, Mark. I know it sounds crazy aggressive, but safes are tough. So he is going to try it. Not there, and a chance for Wrigley to get on the hill now.
Yeah, not too much to do with the cue ball. Little stun off the side rail. Just hold middle of the table. Run across the face of the 4 to play it into the same pocket as the 3.
Yeah, it was a good shot there. It was tough to hold that 1-1 rail, so I had to ramp up the speed a bit. Targeted the 2 nicely. Pretty open play now. Shishin's made a few more errors than he typically would.
Yeah, just take care with these into the sides. Just catch the point. They won't go in. Played it well. 6 and 7 into the same pocket. Things looking good here, Eric, for Ronald Wrigley to get on the hill.
Single elimination stage, so Conrad will be putting it all in on the comeback. Gonna have to survive 2 of Wrigley's breaks, though. Wrigley has broken around his last 2 breaks. So positive signs here for Ronald.
Yeah, very good point that I've just seen in the chat. Guy says Paul is a rough game. The domination because there's too much luck involved in the game, Eric.
Yeah, and with the races being short, you really have to be on point. Can't afford to have an off match like this Conrad's had.
Yeah, a few misses from Conrad. He'll know himself. He won't make any excuses. He'll know he's had his chances. But starting off breaking, he was breaking bad. Oh, but there's a scratch. Is this a change? Look at the balls going in here. 3 balls down, 4 including the cue ball.
Yeah, that's what Conrad wanted. And if he's able to win his break, including this one, it's going to put some pressure back on Wrigley.
Conrad playing visibly faster now as well. Knows he's at the point of no return, Eric.
Yeah, he can play well in this mode. Seen it many times.
Can hardly wait for the cue ball to stop. Quick fire mode. Nice rhythm there. Seven, 5. Just 2 behind.
Just looking to find a good square hit, really. It's only been decently square in about 2 of his 6 breaks. Little off again. 8 balls down though. Shot on the 1. Four ball looks to be blocking the pocketing angle for the 1, so he can play up table and feel okay just leaving distance here, I think. Look for something a little closer. Giving the kick and tying up a ball. Good shot, especially with Wrigley on the hill. Didn't want to leave him a chance to get him stuck by leaving a full look at the 1.
I think he's getting this back.
Yeah, the cue ball's hitting the 4, so it's tough to judge exactly how the cue ball's going to come off. The kick safe. Should get distance. Caught it a little square. Tough to hold this coming back 1 rail. I think he might try, but it's got to be finessed nicely. Cross it over. Shot mark. Unluckily over top of the 7, and the cue ball's running into the 4, so a lot of work to be done on this one. Hit that well. Just a little thick. Lost a little overall energy in the cue ball.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate there to end up over the 7. It's a good shot though. Good recovery. Now has he pushed that 4 into such a position where it doesn't go past the 9 and the 7?
Yeah, I wonder if the 4-7-9 is on or the 4-9-7. It looks close. The 7 looks close to being in. Hasn't had a look at it, so it might be just a little off. I think it might have been there, Mark.
I think it might have been. I think he's got a short side position to the 7 to the top right as we look. But he needs to land on this 6 ball perfectly to get to that side. Is it a possible combo to the bottom right hand pocket? If he gets behind the 7-9. If it's on to that pocket, Eric, it should be on to the bottom right hand corner, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
he might try and move it here. Oh, it's unlucky, is it? No, he's okay. Great shot.
Yeah.
This could be the match right there. It's a match winner, Eric.
Good position. Good performance overall from Wrigley. Again, taking advantage of some musician errors, but taking full advantage. Less than 3 mistakes overall in the match for him. Breaking well.
Yeah, this straight-ish 10 ball then to take the match. And indeed he does. Congratulations to Ronald Wrigley commiserations to Conrad Musician. It was the beginning of the match that cost him. He just couldn't get the break going, couldn't get going as well. Too many missed balls from Conrad Musician if you're going to win a title. That's about it from Eric Olofsson and myself, Mark White. There is more to come, but I'm off to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.
Goes into that pocket every time. Today, this ball goes just a little bit more.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Good. But in the end, also from Konrad, he went in. The question.
Yeah, but yesterday, when this was fresh, like every time that ball. Yeah. here you want to. Само все. Смеешься, ты почешешь. Так я есть. Пусть вкус.
Another great, cracking matchup for you, as we have Daniel Masiol from Poland taking on Aydin Piknac from Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a race to 8 for a place in the quarterfinal, and in the commentary booth for this match we have myself, Tim de Ruiter. I'm gladly joined by my good friend and colleague Joris van Amersfoort. Welcome, Joris.
Hi Tim, good day everybody, and indeed welcome to this last 16 match. What a matchup we have. It's going to be a showdown of the rising ambitious versus a proven excellence. Aydin breaking off this first rack because he won the leg.
Yeah, I love how he hit those. Look at this, 3 balls going in. Does he get any shape on the one? Lovely cue ball.
Smashed it indeed.
Oh, that 8 ball.
Yeah, too bad Tim, because he deserved a lot more from that break. So push out required here. It's gonna be an alternate break.
Yeah, we've seen earlier on the stream, we've seen Daniel Masiol put on quite the performance over Denis Laskowski 8-1. Definitely looked to be playing good, so Aydin will have to play very well, I feel, in order to beat this young man. And what an incredible opening pot that was. Had to really hit that so slow and soft with outside spin. And he might be on his way to steal this rack already from the opening.
He played that with a lot of confidence indeed. Now, I had the fortune of commentating in the former matches on Daniel Masiol, and again in those matches he is showing to be world-class player, top tier in the world.
Well, don't forget, he just come off a World Team Championship final with Team Poland, which they lost in a shootout, I believe, or in, well, at least it was a very close match with Team Philippines. Masiol, one of the, well, the stars in the team, I would say. As far as I know, he's played almost every match, so a regular on Team Poland, which is already something with so many good players. To come over to the European Championships, you would have to feel like he might feel that he's a bit stronger than the average player around, which, I mean, we know there's quite some good players on the European Championships.
Yeah, and he's right out there at the top. Currently ranked number 36 in the world. And in my opinion, he could climb that ladder for a bit. Now he left himself a funny angle on the 9. I don't think there was a lot of options to leave this angle, but he'll just accept it. And I guess he will draw this to the left rail. Bit of right side English to land above the side pocket. Nicely done there. So you can see the control of Daniel Masiol. Daniello, his nickname. And a sharpshooter he is, and indeed from the push out he took full advantage of it and directly assigned towards Aydin that he should not take Daniel too easy. Here, a nice replay of that first shot.
Yeah, it was a bit brutal, wasn't it? Making 3 balls on the break. Honestly, one of the better breaks I've seen in the last couple days at the European Championships. He's hit really, really well, making 3 balls, but sometimes the balls, they just have a different plan for you, don't they?
You can't control them all. And
Let's
it's
see.
Daniel Marshall with the break off in the second rack. A little bit of a pop break, Tim.
Yeah, he seems to struggle a bit with this break, though. That's, I feel, where Aydin can get a difference in. I've seen him go to the, well, for us, right side of the table. On the right side. He's went to the left side this time, but I've seen him go to the right side many times, and also including a scratch earlier. So this break, not really one of his favorites.
And a nice chance here for Aydin to get a foot in his match. All balls have a route towards the normal pockets. I do believe that the free ball is also passing the 7.
Yeah, I had to think so.
Straight back.
Yeah, one thing he has to watch for, though, is I know Aydin can play a bit slow at times. I mean, I'm not saying he's a horrible slow player. I'm more saying we are now playing with a 35-second shot clock with only 1 extension per rack. So it kind of relies a bit more on rhythm, you know? Like, shot routine has to be a bit quicker. And, well, I'm just wondering, he likes to take his time usually. So hopefully the shot clock doesn't really throw him off too much.
Aydin playing with a little extension on the back of the cue. Himself is quite a tall guy too, over 100 meters and 80. So in many cases he can reach it. This case he needs another extension on his cue. Now I assume that he will go backwards to draw it back, but then you have to screw it over the 8 and go directly towards that side pocket, so that's a little bit to be careful about. Option of course is to play to the bottom side of the 6. Well, he went in between the 9 and between the 8 and the 10. Found it. Got a nice position now on the 6. Can draw again in between the 8 and the 10.
Yeah, would have maybe been nice if he caught a slight edge of the 9, for example, just to open up the corner for the 8. Can still go 2 rails up to the 8 in the bottom left. It's a choice to make. Gotta get a bit closer to the scratch though, in the right center. Yeah, I could not have played it any better, but as you can see, it's so easy to leave yourself more angle on this.
Yeah, well, not only the pot is a bit more difficult, but position for the 9 is not guaranteed here. Looks like he's not attacking. Playing safe.
Oh.
Didn't do a real good job because now Daniel can see the edge of the 8 ball.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to split the balls, play the long rail to long rail safe. Kind of like the fact that Aydin is trying to play a tight game, not going for something aggressive, playing the clever shot. But he'll have to play a bit better though. He's
Nice
going for the
cut
cut.
shot.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, if it's less than 90 degrees, then the shot is on. And this is close to 90 degrees. But can he make it? He can. Nice shot. And where's the 9-ball going? Well, you can see the devastation in the chair from Aydin, where he had all the opportunities to lock this rack. It's kind of a present towards Daniel, I think.
Yeah, then again, a splendid start for the Pole. Who, the only real weakness I can find in his game at the moment is the break. But yet you will have to capitalize every single time he doesn't break well, which, I mean, you're not always guaranteed to get something after the break, yours. So tough mission.
It is, and of course you have to break outside of the box. So there are not many options to try out what could work for him. And this indeed was a great cut shot. Let's see, the first break of Aydin was fantastic, but no shot. Is it this time better for him?
Same break as he had before. At least he does have a chance to battle it out. So 1 ball back down table, cue ball to the top side of the 8 and the 4.
Maybe this did find some cover here. Daniel is going to look for a 2-rail kick shot then. Try to get below the 1. Or is there an edge available? I think so. Must be. Cue ball back to the center of the table. Now you feel Aydin should attack here? Take the cut shot?
I just don't really see much value.
Go
I would
send
probably
the cue
play the
balls.
split.
Alright, yeah. And so does Aydin at the moment. See, playing a little bit of inside English to kill the cue ball. Already used his extension here. Just to make up his mind. Called the 1 in the side close to the free ball. No, he did went for the cut. And he got second prize.
Yeah, and I think this second prize is not enough. Like, I'd rather play a good safety on that than go for like a half a cut. Look at the shape on the 2 balls. Well, I just don't think it was so easy to get on the 2. And now Daniel does have the opportunity to tie Aydin back up. And well, we know that he's gonna. So this is a good save from Maciel. Will be high percentage to make a hit for Big Notch, but also means that he's already found himself in trouble going for that cut.
Yeah, good goal there, Tim. And now he has to kick on the 1, probably sending the 1 ball towards the open area. And needs some fortune with the 1 and the 4 maybe. Wow, the 6 and the 7 is gonna help. Now caught the 1 in the side, tries to make it off the 3 ball. I'd like to play this 2 cushions. Top rail and the right rail, back up. By the looks of it, Daniel's gonna hit it with 1 rail.
Well, could have left a lot more. On the other side, he does leave a cut, and the cue ball runs into the 6. Now, if it catches the 6 ball full, you're on the 2 ball to the bottom right. If you seem to catch the bottom a bit, I'm not sure if that cue ball is going to stay there.
Yeah, played a nice shot, kept it easy. Good shape on the 2 now. 3 is hanging off in front of the side pocket, so just make this 2 ball get to the center of the table. And Aydin should be in prime position to run this rack. Now you can see the issue that if he draws it back to the center of the table, then the 9 is a bit in the way for the 6. So he needs to make nice adjustments from the 4 to the 6. And I do believe that the other corner pocket is blocked by the 10.
Yeah, we'll have to play now
Mm-hmm.
2 rails off the 4, 6 ball in the center.
Let's see, quite some power needed then. Line is good. How's the
Bit
pace?
short. Yeah, I don't think the 6 does go to the corner where the 10 is, does it?
No, I don't think either. Well, it does.
That would make things a bit better. But yet, can he play that to the corner? Oh, this is aggressive. I don't like this, yours. This is a bit of a all-in shot. Make it or break it. Yeah, break it.
Was a tough one. Of course, this bank shot has guaranteed him position on the 7. But I feel that there were more hyper center options than this bank.
Yeah, I definitely prefer to cut that into the side than playing the bank. It's just too risky. You just know if you miss the ball, you're most likely going to leave something like this. Oh, Martial. Oh. Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
No, he does not 100% of the time punish you directly. Now this is not over yet, of course. It's a makeable jump. I called it in the corner. Now he is pretty close on the 9, and with these new claws, the cue ball tends to slide a bit. So, not the easiest of jumps. Yeah,
Oh.
that's what happens. So, good news for Aydin. Daniel didn't punish him, and all the chances here to get a score on the board.
Yeah, a bit surprised actually that Marshall tried to draw the cue ball away from the 6, like
Directly?
straight out. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't rely on the rails, so he chose to draw it straight out. Now, what do you think? In percentage, yeah, the only thing that could happen was what happened. Like you draw it into that. It was not a 9 ball, I think. Yeah, it was a 9 ball, and leave it in between. But how much percentage do you think that that's gonna happen? Here, you can see it.
Yeah,
Any
I do
other,
want. I don't know. I like the real
so many other
first.
contexts. Yeah, well, and you still cut that line. You know, you're still sending it towards the 9. You do have a little bit more control of the outgoing line than drawing it straight back. But I do feel that it was a very low percentage risk that what happened was going to happen.
Well, either way, he has lost that rack, and then now a dry break. And this is what I'm saying also. Like, that cue ball does get awful close to the center pocket. And not just so far in this match, I've seen it in other matches too. So, no open shot for Aydin. But if he can battle this out, we would get the score to 2 each. And, well, nothing to worry about.
But where to play safe here?
Oh, can you not just get this under the 210? No, just behind the 7. Well, that is actually clever. You know, just nick the ball. The only problem is I would like to get a bit more distance going on.
Yeah, I can understand. But the more distance you bring on the cue ball, the more the 1 ball will stick out his nose at the right side of the 7. So that would have been quite some difficulty, I feel. Gonna be playing a kick and stick, I guess. Indeed, well played. And now I think a free cushion is required. Just looking at the swerve, but that's a big shot. Feels like he has to bend it over the side pocket. Because if you stay above the side pocket, I don't think he can make the one. Oh, where's the cue ball going, Tim? Got it at the wrong side of the 1.
Now, what do we have on the run out? I actually think the 2 to the 3 ball already could go wrong. Then yet a 4-8 combination. Quite some distance between.
Now he could draw this back and land in between the 4 and the 5 to shoot the 4 in the same corner as the 3 ball is. I'm not quite sure if I would like the 4-8 combination. And I think he's got the right angle to draw it in between the 4 and the 5.
Well, now this is tough. For a fact, he must be going for this, but
Yeah, he already called the 8, so he's going for it. But I agree. This is very missable. Yeah, that's not gonna drop. Now the only concern here for Aydin is to see the 4 ball after the billiard on the 8. So what to do here, Tim? You go up and down, very thin cut. Try to get the cue ball from long rail to long rail back up for the 5. You're gonna go for the
No.
contact.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you have to. If you catch a 6 half ball, the 5 and the cue ball move a little bit lower.
Nice view on the predator rest.
I like the way he struck that, but it's landed a bit more into a thin cut. And I don't think he's got a full corner, so he doesn't have to shoot. He could bring the cue ball, stick it with the 6, for example. But he looks to be going aggressive.
Nicely done. Nice on the 6. So you can see a clean cut on the 5. Now from the 6 you go towards the 9. Now one more shot, good shot required here. Get that cue ball close to the right side pocket. But don't scratch here. Well, just managed to draw it straight back above the 9. And if I didn't sinks this temple, then you are correct, Tim. The score is even 2-all. And although Daniel is more of the controlled player, in the end they're all even. And there will be a moment that Daniel is going to feel it, that it's not completely in charge of a match.
Yeah, there's that 4-ball Martial hung. And the 10, that makes it indeed 2 each. He played himself right back into the set, Joris, even though it could have been, I believe, 3-0.
Absolutely. And the 2 racks that went to Aiden, Daniel had some great chances to win it. And look
Yeah,
at
and this is
result.
more like it.
Now as you can see at the bottom side, the 2 does not pass the 5. So he needs to find a spot at the right side of the 2 ball. And the route towards that spot is pretty much blocked by the 9. So work to do here on this 1 ball. Could go forward 3 rails. Wow. That was about maximum that he could do. Looking to play safe. Not so aggressive as former shots. I think he wants to hide behind the 10.
Yeah, good shot. And I think he's got more comfortable in this match now. Bit more feel for the table. He's played a safety earlier where we felt like, oh man, if he's gonna be playing like this, the match could go real fast. But now if we start to see him play like this, we might have a very close match on our hands.
Like the speed that Daniel hit it. Works really nice. Don't forget, Aydin Pitnac is also ranked number 149 in the world. Of course, not as high as, for example, Daniel Maciel, but still a very capable player.
Oh. Yeah, great safety opportunity now for Martial. Stick the cue ball with the 4. 2 ball to the right side of the 9.
So, what do you see here, Tim?
Well, it has to go 2 rails. And if he can send the 2 ball to the bottom of the 10, you gotta go for the distance and gotta play the perfect speed. Full hit. Could land behind the 3 and the 7. Oh, that was not a full hit at all. He's gonna leave this on. A full hit, I think, could have given him good opportunities behind the 3 or the 7 or the 10.
Yeah, hit it too thin, and the roll did not favor him. So now Daniel going to the back rail. Needs to miss the 9. Oh, that little bump is not to worry about. I think he can go around the 10 here. Maybe stay above it even. Draw it straight back to the side, center of the table. Again, a nice chance for Daniel to win a rack. Now many people think would have played shape for the 7 on the side. Curious to see if Daniel's doing that too, because these side pockets of these arc tables are pretty strict. And I don't think it's a hanger.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why he's done a bit more traveling to play the 7 in the bottom left. Where you usually would play the 7 into the side. I think players are starting to figure out that on these specific tables you might not want to do that.
The 8 and the 9 in the top right corner. And that would bring the cue ball in a nice position on the 10 to win this 5th rack. And yes, indeed, we are at the last 16 stage, meaning the loser is out and the winner promotes to the quarterfinals. And there it is, and the winner of this match is taking the winner of David Avakian or Iker Andoni Echeverria, if I speak it a bit proper.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth opportunities actually. What a great chance he had after a beautiful opening break. I didn't pick much, but not able yet to get that lead over the match.
Yeah, I must say, Tim, because you could see in the replay the 1 ball, and he actually played it as good as possible. He just missed that 9 ball on the route towards the 2 ball. And even though he played it to almost perfection, he still had to decide to play safety. So I don't think the game plan was the right plan. And this time Daniel hit it better on the nose, made 2 balls. As you can see, the cue ball is all the way down there at the short rail. Not a good shape on the 1. And the balls are not really nicely lined up to find a snooker, I feel. Do you think he will attack here?
Yeah, I really think so. I think if he plays this with top left spin, cue ball could run in between the 2 and the 8. And if you're going to miss this, you're most likely not going to hang it. It's probably moving back up behind the 7, 9 or the 10. So I think this is a kind of like a freebie to take on. Well, he didn't get the hook, but he wasn't really instantly going to lose the rack from that position. And imagine if he had made it.
So you can see there's a little path in between the balls towards the 1 ball. You can only see the bottom side of the 1. So you might take the bank to the side. Didn't call anything, so let's play full safety here. Oh, maybe he did went for the bank, Tim.
Yeah, risky though. Not the first time he's went for the bank. No, I'm not saying if you miss the first one that you don't have to take any bank on anymore, but you know, I would start to get more careful at this point.
Ah, well, the scoreline is everything to play for, of course. Again, Daniel kills the cue ball fantastically. With so much confidence on that drag shot. And he's now going to draw this long rail to long rail. He was pointing at the 3rd diamond, but I think he can get even further up table. Yeah, that's much better, close to the 2nd diamond. He's a nice angle on the 6. We've seen him playing 3 cushions forward already a few times, so I expect him to do the same here. Therefore he goes backwards, but still in fantastic shape, and a nice chance to get another 2 rack lead in this match. He's getting into the momentum again, Tim. Everything starts to look very easy when he's playing.
Well, that's where I really feel like where Big Nuts could have made a difference was to play a good safety instead of going for a bank in the last track. And it looks like it will be Aydin to take a timeout. You just cannot leave Martial much open. Just run out a lot of racks.
So both players have left the arena. You can have a quick look at table 2, where you can see João Grillo from Portugal taking it up against Max Benko. Max is 4-2 up, the young talented player, against the experienced João Grillo. Joe now also looking at a snooker on the one ball.
Yeah, maybe a bit surprising to see Max Benko 4-2 up. Still young player, still so many years to come and so many years to gain more experience.
Oh, he's one of the rising stars in Europe. Has to break through the glass roof sometimes. Maybe this European Pool Championships 2026 can help him forward. So this is the last match of the Temple event for today. On Wednesday, tomorrow, we will start at 10:45 again with the next matches. And I think that it's gonna be the teams that's gonna start, isn't it, Tim? Do you know this? Yeah, the quarterfinals will start tomorrow, 3 o'clock local time, so that's in Turkey. And straight after we have the semis at 5 o'clock and the final tomorrow evening at 8:30 local time. And when we are done with this 10 ball, we will continue with 8 ball and finish off with 9 ball. And that finish will be at March the 10th. And straight after it we are having even more pool action, because straight after is the Euro Tour Turkey, Antalya, and we are gonna play 8 ball. So enough to stay tuned in, and everything will be broadcasted to you. And indeed we are sitting in the commentary box and the players are back at the table, so we will focus on this table 1 between Daniel Maciel and Aydin Pagnic. And it's Aydin to break off.
Yeah, another square hit. Does make a ball. Does get something on the one ball, but you can see the frustration. He feels like he's not getting much after the break. Well, that's the one tricky thing with this break, I feel also, is the fact that you can hit it right in the face. Cue ball comes right back, and then the four-railer comes over and nudges the cue ball away. Now, I don't think he was going to have something on the one ball regardless of all the events happening, but then yet it's just annoying because you feel like you're doing something really good and it's not giving you any result. So safety, and he's played this too short, yours. This is on.
Absolutely
way-
on, and
The
what a
muscle
chance
show
indeed.
continues.
Yeah, and the momentum stays at the Danielo. He can go around the 4 balls, end up closely to the 6 ball, the green 6 ball, actually where it is right now. Perfect. And with one shot, Daniel is completely in control again in this 7th rack. And if Aydin keeps on giving opportunities to Daniel, this is going to be a very tough match for him. Two rails forward, end up close to the right side pocket. Like to get a little lower on the 5, because if he's high on the 5, then the 10 ball might be an issue. Well, he is higher on the 5, so needs to work his way towards that 6 ball. Nicely done, and indeed the Danielo train is on full speed, Tim.
Oh, bit of an in-between shot there, though. Could have, if he played it with double pace out to the center, he was always going to have a cut. Was he trying to leave himself perfect to the corner, or was he playing for that side pocket? This is right in between.
I think he was playing for the side pocket, because you see the amount of pace he played it with quite some left side to bring it back to the center. Can't believe he played for the corner. I do feel that it's still cuttable on the side. That brings a bit more options for the cue ball to work with. No, Danielo train has stranded at the station, and Aydin is going to pick it up and loves to see the route to the finish line here. Well, indeed, you could see he could play it a little thinner than he just played it. 2 rails forward.
Yeah, I would have to say, Aydin must feel like a miracle is happening over and over, because every time Martial gets that lead in, he seems to let the door open. Yeah, no 5-2 on the scoreboard, more 4-3. It's Martial breaking, though. We have seen him struggle on the break, so we could easily get 4 each on the scoreboard. That would mean the man from Bosnia and Herzegovina would have played himself right back into it again. And that could mentally also do something with Martial.
Yeah, to be honest, he is indeed still in the lead with 4-3, but the 3 racks that went towards Aydin, well, all 3 of them could or should have gone to Daniel's way. So finally Daniel made a ball and has some kind of a shape on the one. I'm not quite sure if there's a side pocket available to attack.
Yeah, you might have to play that into the side. This time the cue ball a lot better on the break though, so a bit of improvement. Could also opt to draw the cue ball, for example, under or from this view on top of the 7. Send the 1 ball down table and just wait. But we know how much he likes to attack. I think if he floats this into the right center, he does have the 2 in the opposite center.
Going for it, but hit it too thick. At least he did play with such a pace that the 1 ball went up towards the 8 ball. Now the question is, how do Ajin see this? There is a cut towards the bottom left. I don't see a roll up. The only roll up I see is roll the 1 ball from the 8 towards the long cushion and roll the cue ball towards the 5 ball. Yeah, I choose my option. I can't blame him, but the cue ball rolled into the 10, so just let a nice side for Daniel on this 1 ball to resave him, and if you can see enough of the 1, you can draw the cue ball back underneath the 8. Oh, he went for it.
Oh,
You
wow.
believe that?
I thought he
With
was
some
not going to be
inside
able to
English.
hit it that full.
Also with some inside English he played it. That was a bit unexpected. Well, if you make it, you will have made the right choice. Going around the 4 balls, also around the 5. Some deep right side English. No, he again played it with inside English. Now, the last interesting part here is going to be the shape on the 8. He was now aiming on a position where he can attack the 8 in between the 9 and the 10. Leave it a little bit longer. Now he has fallen really straight on the 7, but I think the 7 is close enough to the pocket to be able to work his way towards that spot in between the 9 and the 8.
Yeah, and he's on it. Well, then again, as I mentioned before, Aydin did have the chance to play enough of a lockup to not give Marshall something, and then he's just like a ball too short. And then yet instead of working things into a 4 each, Marshall now taking the advantage again. Also putting a lot of pressure on Aydin's break, of course. I mean, having the break but trailing the whole match, I mean, does put extra pressure.
So a very attacky bank shot, but fully deserved after making it to pick up this rack. Back in a 2-rack lead now. Well, a million kisses on a lot of balls there. Was about like a pinball machine, Tim.
Yeah, but imagine, like, he's actually controlled the cue ball really well on that break. A little bit of overcut, but like, what else are you supposed to do? Like, I think he's hit it really full, good energy on the break, great impact, controls the cue ball, yet it gets 3-4 bumps. You know, it's frustrating. I can definitely understand his frustration, but he'll have to grind through it. You know, just I understand he wants the somewhat easier runouts. Well, he's called this though. Yeah, that was not easy by any means, and maybe should have played a better just safety, don't you think?
Well, you've been proven right in the previous times, Tim, where he took on a something like attack and safety in mind shot, but all those safety in minds were pretty safe, but not safe enough for Daniel Maciel to not put you in jail or in trouble back. And also this one is another opportunity for Daniel to take directions in this rack. Now he failed to do that. It's not one of the best shots of Danielo. And maybe Aydin can step it up a little bit. I don't think attacking is from any value because the 2 is blocked by the 7 towards the top corner. And it's going to be very hard to get at the top side of the 2 ball. So a good safety is needed.
Yeah, or is he able to slice this in and play a good save on the 2 ball? Because what do you play on this? Just the one to the short rail, the cue ball on the other side of the 9. Oh, he's caught it too thin.
Indeed.
Oh dear.
Had to play it a lot thicker. And I do feel that that's the right shot. Just play a split. But you have to play the 1 ball towards the center of the short rail. Now sending out again. And what a chance. Long rail to long rail. Nicely done. And already in a good shape to run this 9th rack. In the background you can see Matsupenko sitting and watching João Grillo at the table. Also they are in a 5-3 situations where Max is 5-3 up. Daniel completely straight on that 5, also decided to go a little bit forward. 7 ball is pretty stuck on that rail, so you need some good cueing. Fortunately for Daniel, that's what he always does.
Yeah, this will be the biggest lead in this match. Danilo now 6-3 up, only 2 away from the quarterfinal. And he will be breaking. Can he get himself on the hill first? Now for more information about the brackets, the participant list, the scheduling in general, just per discipline, just make sure to visit the EPBF.com website, EPBF. Everything is on there, the Euro Tour, European Championships, anything you would want to know. Well, it's made one. Break it is looking more like it.
Most definitely, and both the one ball as the cue ball, although it got a few kisses up and down. But it's in a good shape. The only thing is that I think that the two ball is in the way. I'm not quite sure if it passes the two ball. It didn't, so he had to play combo. And this is going to be very difficult, isn't it, Tim? Because the four ball is down at the right long rail. How do you
Time
get
for a
there
bank.
where you're... Yeah, that's what would you've done that? You play for bank?
Yeah, cross side.
All right.
Well, I mean, if he could have rolled a diamond further and the bank would have been a little easier.
Yeah, indeed. I can't believe he's taking on a shot here. He's looking at the cut shot, isn't it?
Yeah, did he still play it soft
probably
enough for the cut? Wow.
Tip of inside English there.
Yeah, but
was a bit too much asked for.
well, he does cue a bit outside of the center, but when he strikes the ball, he actually hits center. So when he looked like he was playing a bit of inside on that, I think he was still playing center, but yet the overcut. I mean, it's such a difficult shot. I'm surprised he didn't just play it safe on that. Just letting the door open again for a big nudge.
Well, kept it a little short on this 5. Could have been a lot easier. Now has to go up and down, I guess. That's a nice recovery shot. Fell at the right side on this 6 ball to send the cue ball back to center table. Little bit of a funny angle there. He goes forward, he's gonna get close to the 9. Backwards he has to spin it off. Yeah, nicely done. Just could reach and stay above the 8.
Oh, doesn't want to be straight on the rail. He's a little bit off the rail though, but a bit careless. Anything off the rail would have been just fine to get to the 10. Now you might have to either leave a long one on the 10 or he's played with top right and he's gonna be on the rail again. A tester.
Yeah, absolutely. A tester in standing still. Stay down on the shot. Don't move your body except your right arm. And so he did. Nice out and got another score on the board. Now trailing by 4-6 in this race to 8. We are playing alternate break. And Aydin's gonna break off the 11th rack. Most powerful break, I think. There you go. Didn't hit it full in the face. And he's gonna be disappointed again because the 8 ball is in the way. It was absolutely another powerful break. And everything looked very nice up until the 8 ball. You think there was a combination attempt? Think so.
Yeah, I mean,
Mile
if you look at the shape he would have had on the 1 ball, or what he didn't do as a safety in mind, you would assume he went completely aggressive at it. And well, so far in the match, I think that's also the biggest difference we have seen, because he's went twice for a bank where he's left out the run out. Now he went for this combination and leaving it wide in the open. Now, well, the 3 ball is not wide in the open. I'm saying the 1 ball was open. So that's already 3 racks where Aydin really had something to say.
Absolutely, and not only has he handed the first shot. Of course, this was a expected result if you leave such an open shot to Daniel Maciel. And it was, to me, a sign of frustration that with his powerful breaks he does not get a real shot. And I do understand it's frustrating, but if you take a look at the scoreline, 6-4, it's everything to play for. Now, he also bumped the 4 ball away from the side pocket. And if Daniel wants to be aggressive, he has to take on the combination again, so...
No, I'd rather just take the cue ball with the 7 perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's the better choice, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's played it really well too. I mean, he could have left it maybe a ball over more, or the 3 ball a bit short, but he's taken away all the 1 rail escapes. So it instantly has turned into quite a trap. And with ball in hand, possibly Daniel can get on the 4 ball. So he needs to make a hit on this 3 ball. Oh, it was close.
Pretty close.
But
nice attempt. I think the
maybe
5 passes the 8.
Yeah.
No, indeed, the 5 is a bit too far. Now, with ball in hand, he is going to look for a straight 4-7 combination.
Yeah, you would say if he makes this, he's well on his way to be on the hill. The 5 does connect with the 6. All the balls near the bottom end of the table. Yeah, and he does make the combination.
And with this combination well executed, he is now favored to get on the hill. And that gives maximum pressure to Aydin. You can see that the 6 ball is blocked by the 9 towards the right side pocket.
Well, I really like to nudge the 8 a ball off the rail. Gives you straight in on the 6. I think that's a great shot to play. That's what he was looking for at least.
He heard you, but he gave it a little bit too much of a draw, Tim. Therefore,
Well, or
snookered himself.
Just too soft. Like, it didn't matter where really the 8 ball was gonna land.
Yeah.
Rather too hard than too soft. That was unexpected. Now, this is an important moment for the Bosnian. If this jump goes wrong, we could see him back into this match, and it has gone wrong, and it's a chance on the 6.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah, that 10 ball kiss really helped Aydin to be more attacking on this shot. Nicely avoided contact with the 10 ball. So now it's a textbook run out for the last 3 balls. 9 ball is hanging there in front of the right side pocket. And I tell you what, Tim, we have a match going on. Although there was some frustration there by Aydin, there's nothing to complain about. Because even though he had some mistakes and some errors in his safety game, the scoreline is only 5-6.
Yeah, if I were him, I would be ecstatic to be 6-5. I mean, sure, it's Martial's break, but if you look at overall in the match too, if he has analyzed Martial's break, I would be excited to see him break, because not all the breaks have been so successful.
Let's see, breaking from his left side again. The 12th rack in this match.
Yeah, no balls into the side. Needs the 7 to go. No, and a shot on the 1. This is what I meant. Like, it's just not right. Has been overcutting the break now quite a lot. Look at the cue ball. It's breaking from the left and the cue ball's tracking towards the right.
Yeah, correctly, Tim. Now, this is a massive chance for Aydin to level the score. I think he can go in between the 3 and the 4 to get to the center of the table and shoot the 2 ball in the bottom left. Just with top spin, I assume you can get there. Giving a touch of right side English. And therefore overpaced it. Now, of course, the free ball cuts to the left side, but I don't see a lot of value in that. Taking on the bank also, Tim. No guts, no glory.
Well, not to make him sound bad, but I'm glad he's finally made one of the banks. He was due to make one. But yet, has left himself another one of those on the rail shots Do you choose to run into the 4-ball? I don't think you can really get to the left side unless you start playing spin on this too. Just play that inside spin, wow.
Yeah, well done. Love it. Again, has the option to go around the 6 or stay at the left side on the 6. Normal route would be around the 6, but in the former 2 shots he chose to go straight back up. So maybe now he's now aiming to go around the 6. No. Another shot in the palmares of Aydin Piknac. Indeed, the 6 ball does not pass the 9, so he has to power draw this all the way toward that short rail. Should be doable. Took his extension on this rack, on this turn, I mean. He had some angle to go forward, Tim, so 2 rails out, forward. Well, found the right angle on the 6, but this is also pretty tough. Yeah, and is now looking to stun it a little bit, and we have seen that the side pockets of the Predator arc tables are pretty strict, so this needs a lot of accuracy. And it's there. Nicely done.
Wow, that would be the 3rd time Aydin has been overcoming a bit of a scare actually in this match. I feel like Martial at 3 occasions had the opportunity to, well, keep the train steaming and just overrun this whole match. He's left the door open, or Aydin has left his foot in the door. Might be 6 each with him to break, and that is massive towards the end of the match.
Well, he's in decent shape on this temple, but with pressure the pockets get tighter and tighter, and it's not a hanger. Needs some good cueing. Taking all his time for a deep focus. Got distracted. Maybe something with the...
Yeah, maybe the shot clock glitched, maybe something happened, but he's making this a big thing though. Like, I understand this is an important moment, but I'd rather do this whole thing afterwards than on the shot, and apparently he doesn't have the extension. Yeah, what has he done there? Why did he even argue at that moment? That lost... He used all his time too while just arguing. Oh, this is huge. That would have been 6 each with him breaking, and this cut now for Martial to get on the hill.
And so he did. I'm not quite sure what he was complaining about. Was something also like, hey, I can see some lights on my cue reflecting, or maybe some movement in the back?
Yeah, but you gotta be honest. He had 10 seconds left on the clock. He didn't have his extension. Maybe he asked for an extension and then found out, what do you mean I don't have an extension? But then yet you have 10 seconds on the clock. It doesn't matter if there's a chicken jumping in the background. I mean, you have to shoot. You have to shoot within the 10 seconds. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel for him if he might have forgotten, but I mean, at the end you got to shoot in time. And now I kind of feel like actually he broke the balls really well, but he did a little bit of a wild one on this break, and now he's just winging at everything. He's frustrated, and I kind of feel like this is a little bit sad though to see this ending to the match, because he really could have made this a good ending too. Like with a good ending, he could play himself into the quarterfinals. So even now he's down 7-5, he can.
Indeed, the match is far from over. If so far, you know, if I was 7-5 down towards Daniel Maschel, I would be on my edge of the seat and try to get everything out of there, because there's everything to play for.
Yeah, you're still right in it. So I'm not too sure what's going on right now. I guess nobody knows at the moment. Oh, maybe we'll find out at some point. But yeah, I'm glad he's actually played a normal shot on the one ball there, though. So maybe he's now
Indeed.
cooling down a bit.
Maybe he has settled down a bit indeed. And I also like the fact that Daniel Maschel is not distracted by it or not interfering with it, doing his own business.
Well, if you think about it, that was a really close try, by the way. If you think about it, if your opponent is doing all this is happening, he forgets the shot clock and all that. I mean, from the inside somewhere, you might enjoy it a little bit, because you know it's gonna throw your opponent off. So you're trying to win the match.
Yeah, but haven't you experienced in many cases, I have, that happens, and then I can see my opponent being frustrated and think, well, it's my deal, and then the rules suddenly doesn't go your way, and that frustrates me even more, and then I start frustrating and losing the match.
Well, I guess the key story for what you just said, the key thing is not to get frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
But look at this, like imagine, he's now running out.
But I think if these kind of things happen, then suddenly if something happens against Daniel Maschel, you suddenly start to frustrate too. Well, he is playing with more authority now. Picked up the pace also. And that also could help him playing pool in the next gear. Gotta get to the other side of the table. Gotta move a little further. Left it a little bit short. Now he can draw this and spin it off the right rail. So, Tim, after all the frustration, it's only 7-6 now.
And I mean, still, not every break from Maschel was a break and run or was something great. I mean, he's always gonna have a couple break runs in a format like this. We all understand with how well he runs the balls. If he at least makes one random ball and he gets shape. So I'm not gonna say he's never had a break and run in this match. But sometimes the cue ball is a bit off, so a scratch or maybe not a shape at times can help him out. Well, we've seen that a couple times. Let's see if Masho can break the balls. Perfect to close out the match. Or if we're still going hill.
Indeed, this could also be the very last shot of Daniel Maciel in this match. Made another pop break. And again,
There you go.
it's a dry break. And a massive chance here for Aydin to get this rack towards him.
Yeah, but you can see also that the two balls going towards the side. One is coming up way too high and the other one is coming up low. Just because of the hit is not, it wasn't equaled out enough. Which, that's why the box break got invented, because from the center it's too easy to still make one of the two close. And now you have to hit him spot on to make one of those. I cannot believe he's back at the table, yours.
Me neither, but he is. Gotta get over the 9 ball.
And he's played
Did
this
very
really well.
Absolutely, nice speed and at the right side of the free ball, so he can easily get back to the 4. 5 is next to it, and I feel that the 6 to the 7 is gonna be the last hurdle to take in this rack to get on the hill.
Yeah, I do like to get to the center of the table on the 6 and go 2 rails forward, up table for the 7. But for a second he was looking at going the short side on the 6. And where has he gone? The cue ball would have been nice to stay a bit closer to the 5, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a lot of distance and not so much angle. So he might have to leave himself a longer 6 than wanted, just to make sure he got some stun to the rail and back up. Yeah, I think this was about maximum possible. Now going around the 9 and the 10, back to the top rail.
Yeah, this considered the biggest shot for him in this rack. Perfect. Just don't get straight on the 7, which he hasn't. Now, I like to go 2 rails and run in between the 8 and the 9, or actually 3 rails. Land on the bottom short rail, you're guaranteed on the 8. But if he goes with stun left, for example, straight over, just watch his scratch. No, he's playing top right. I like this a lot. Oh, but he tried to go over to the left side. Ooh, that's not what I meant. But he
Yeah,
did get there.
Yeah, you wanted to go in between the 8 and the 10, wasn't you? Weren't you?
Yeah, on the opposite side. Yeah, just run
Yeah,
into
yeah.
the bottom short rail. But he did land perfect on the 8, so 2 rails up, or 1 rail up to the 9 in the center. We are going hill. Gotta say, this is unreal. Could have been just a regular match, no drama. Well, Hayden did make it a bit of a drama, but he has recovered very nicely. And he does have the break on hill. What a match. This is to get through to the quarterfinals of the European Championships.
Yes, and especially at the start of the match where Daniel Maciel was in full control and Aydin a little bit, well, nervous and looking around all the table with the cue ball out of control. And also with the incident where Aydin missed the 10 ball. It's unbelievable we are at hill. But here we are. It's Ajin Pignac to break off.
Oh, 4-ball. Oh, wow. And actually, for Aiden, it's a bit of the opposite. He has been breaking the balls overall in the match, I would say. He's broken the balls very nicely. Look at this cue ball. This is how I would like to hit the break.
Control.
Yeah. And, well, just the fact that at 7-7 he had to come up with this dry break. I guess the story just continues. This is crazy much drama happening now suddenly at the end. If you're not at the edge of your seat, you don't love pool as much as we do.
Needs to stop in time. Needs to stop. It's just there. Able to go 2 rails up and down. Mr. 7, Mr. 5. Well done. Also landed pretty nice on the free ball, so he doesn't need to disturb the 9. If you draw this back to the center of the table, yeah, also have directly a nice angle on the 4 to work around towards the 5. So I'd like to go forward 3-railer. Could also go backwards, and the 10 is taking out a scratch, I think. He's now looking at shooting the 5 in the far corner, isn't he?
Oh wow, I thought he was still able to run 3 rails at least, but I didn't like coming in this angle. Ooh. This is in between.
Nasty. Yeah,
this
it
is
is.
Not. If to go for the 5 in the top right, why did he not go 3 rails and really run off the 3rd rail towards the 5? Like, this is, yeah. Well, you mentioned it. Not our favorite. Has to hold the cue ball too. He's played it really well still, considering.
Extremely nicely touched.
But this 6 ball, he has missed this 6 ball before. Yeah, probably the best he could have done there, holding the cue ball.
But again, he took on a similar shot and missed it and sold out. And there is a very good option to play safe here. You don't need to attack. But again he attacks, and again he misses.
Well, but this is unreal. I gotta say, with the pace he's played, I would actually think the 6 would always be over the corner, like within that area. I would never think about a safety in mind. He didn't play it safety in mind, but it certainly has finished like it. So the drama continues. He does get a chance at the table, and he's going aggressive at this kick. I'd rather try to push the 6 up table.
You see how many balls are at the center. There's so little to hide behind.
Yeah, but you gotta guarantee yourself a hit. So you kick at it, guarantee yourself a hit, and push the 6 for distance. And if you push it up to the 9 or the 8, well, then at least you got some distance. Maybe the cue ball behind the 10. Or this. This is actually really good. I like a lot what he's played.
Absolutely.
Good shot, sir. That could potentially win you the match. I did see this one. I just felt like the 6 was really close to the long rail. That's why he's actually played it even better.
Yeah, and I must say, because he hit it at a really thin top side, so you must rely a lot on your on your contact point. And he did an amazing job. And this is short. This is really short. This is the poorest safety shot Daniel has made in this whole match. What a chance here for Aydin Piknac to win it. Can you believe we're saying it? After how the whole match has been developed.
Well, I was expecting a very close one. Oh no!
No.
He's babied the ball a bit, and look at the 6. Oh no!
No.
I was expecting a close match between the two of them, but I never was expecting this to happen. He was trying to stun the ball, but then his stroke was so short and punchy. If you look at the cue ball, he barely got the stun or the draw out of it that he wanted to.
He completely mistimed it. I feel like the energy was already out of the cue ball before he contact with the 6.
Oh wow!
Oh my!
Now
you can see him devastated in his chair in the background. This needs to roll. This needs to go. He's very soft. You see that, Tim? It's still cuttable, but it's of course also very missable. Fortunately for Daniel, he's a left-handed, so he can reach this easily. Going up and down. Yeah, he still made it. Nice recovery. 2 more balls in this crazy last 16 match. Probably played as a tip of inside.
Well, he could go straight down. It just, whatever you do, make the 9. You know, if you feel like you would make it all the time with inside spin, sure, but I'm surprised he actually still cut that 8 ball in. I thought it was quite steep, but well, we know Daniel. He doesn't hold back that much. 2 balls away. Yeah, I think he's gonna land perfect. This is crazy. What a finish. What an ending to a match. And it's Daniel
You've got the
Marshall.
feel for Aydin in this case, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was expecting a close match, but with everything that has happened, and one had to win, obviously. So it's Daniel Marshall advancing through to the quarterfinals with a crazy finish, actually. And it will be Aydin Piknac, which we will be seeing back in the 8 ball and the 9 ball. The 8 ball starting tomorrow. Also, we will have the quarterfinals of the 10 ball tomorrow. This was the final match for today, but we will be back at 10:45 Turkey local time. Thanks to Joris van Amersfoort, myself, Tim de Ruiter in the booth. Yeah, the disappointment is there. We will be back, and thanks everyone for tuning in at Pro Billiard TV. See you guys later.